So when you did become aware of it, you didn't take it down, did you?
No, I stand by the report,
Very good.
even though I'm being watched.
So after Bill Oldenburg and after Judge Bellis, who's next, Mr. Jones?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, I guess if somebody's on national TV, oh, I'm sorry.
Again, no, Mr. Thomas. Again, no, we were objected. And I sustained it's 2-1, and you still answered.
Okay, I'm not hearing him.
Can you be louder? I never thought I would say this, Attorney Pattis.
Yes, Judge, I can be louder. How's that?
A little secret is I have serious hearing damage.
Okay, so,
And I need to get a hearing aid soon, so.
so your client cannot hear. So,
Sorry, seriously, I can't hear you anymore.
So let's pull up just for the witness Exhibit 512.
one more time.
512. Take a look at the screen next to you. That's the landing page for band.video, your video page, right?
Yes.
I'll offer your honor.
May I have 1 moment, Judge?
Take your time.
So if anybody goes to your band.video page right now, first thing they can do is buy high quality storable food from you because it's back in stock, yes?
Yes.
Objection to the form. They can do many things first.
Overruled.
And then they can go to your Alex Jones Kangaroo Court Watch channel there, right?
Yes.
Okay. They can go ahead and click on the video that you gave yesterday outside this courthouse while Erica Lafferty was testifying, right?
I don't know that.
That's not you yesterday?
I didn't know that.
Objection, compound video.
Overruled.
Testifying.
That's you yesterday, right?
Yes.
You gave that press conference, what, about 2 o'clock?
I mean, I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the
Yes, I gave a press conference.
Yeah, it was around 2 o'clock, right?
I believe so.
You know who was testifying at that time?
No.
Okay.
I was called here by you at 2, and then you said you didn't need me.
No, you were not, sir. So maybe you want to talk to your lawyer about that.
Objection to the colloquy and move to strike, Judge. I'm not in the case.
All right, so, Mr. Jones, I think you offered testimony, and there was no question pending, so it's best not to do that, okay?
Judge, may we approach briefly sidebar?
I don't.
I'm
Your Honor, I'd like to
ask
move
for
on.
relief from the court based on a
I'll see you, counsel, on that.
We were warned about contempt, and he's trying to put me in the case with these snide comments, and I don't think you should tolerate it. Mr. Jones said something that was not true about when he was supposed to be here. Mr.
Would you like
Jones.
me to say something to correct it? Because what he said was untrue. You want me to say something?
No, I want you to admonish counsel. I am not in the case. I'm not going to be put in the case, or I'll get on the
Well,
stand.
let's not put Attorney Pattis in the case, but do you want me to say anything to the jury about the 2 o'clock? Or should we not?
I'd welcome you to say that what he just said was not accurate.
I don't know.
Because I didn't tell him to be here at 2
Here's
o'clock.
the deal. At one point early in the day, he said, I made him available at 2. Early in the day, you alerted me. I don't know when I got to him. I just don't know. I did know that I asked him, Chris, please, before you
What do
start.
you want me to tell you? Just so that we can move on.
Let's just move on. I just don't want to be. I don't want the sniping directed at me.
Okay.
We can pull that back up. And then down here is Greg Reese. That's your contractor?
Yes.
Okay. So anybody come to this band.video page, they got you up top, the Alex Jones show, they can see anything they want there, right? Of your show.
Yes.
American Journal, that's the gentleman who comes on before you. Those are your 3 live broadcasts each day, yes?
Yes, Chris.
Okay. You can back out of that.
I tend to run a pretty formal courtroom, Mr.
been telling your audience, Mr. Jones, this week and last, that this is a kangaroo court, that Judge Bellis is a tyrant. It's a part of a plot. Because you don't want your audience to know what's really happening here. Isn't that correct?
No.
Objection, motion eliminating opening a door.
I don't think I'm opening any door with that.
All right, so I think you can answer that question, sir, but just remember the issues that are off limits.
Because your credibility, sir, is the most important thing with your audience, isn't it?
How do I answer a question, Your Honor, that I've been part of?
Most important thing to you, is that a question that
It's the
you
most
can?
important thing with your audience.
No,
correct?
my most important,
No, okay, no. Your credibility is not your most important thing.
it's crushing
Okay.
the globalist.
Crushing globalists. And you tell your audience that they need to keep letting you crush those globalists for the sake of their own families, right?
Objection, Judge, motion eliminating door opening.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I
Right,
don't
I'm
think that
gonna
there's...
excuse the jury at this point for 5 minutes so that we can work out this issue, okay? So just be patient with us as you've been all along.
Maybe the way should... Oh, sorry. Maybe the way should be excused if we're gonna do this.
He's a
He's your
party.
client, I think he's got a right to be
That's
here.
fine.
So, I'm not sure I understand. Attorney Pettis might be right, and I just may not be getting it. So why don't we explore it a little bit and just.
My objection was Judge, if you want to hurt that.
No, okay.
You know, Attorney Maddy inquired of Mr. Jones whether his credibility was his most important attribute. He said it wasn't. Then Mr. Jones offered crushing the globalist was, which was non-responsive. However, Mr. Maddy adopted the non-responsive answer in his next question and asked about crushing the globalists. Mr. Jones would testify that he believes that this trial was part of a plot to silence him, funded by the names I'm prohibited to utter in the jury's presence, and we've had extended argument about that. So I'm simply alerting the court that, in my view, if we're going to have a consistent law of the case, and Attorney Maddy is going to adopt that comment in his questioning, that's opening a door that I will seek to walk through. And so that the purpose of the objection was to alert the court and counsel of that.
So we don't, Attorney Maddy, we don't want to inject politics into this. So what do you suggest?
Sir, nobody's injecting politics into this. What I'm trying to get at, the question I was just about to ask Mr. Jones, was the fact that he tells his audience that they need him to crush the globalists to support their families. I'm not getting into whatever he's talking about this plot is in this courtroom. What I'm getting into is the general...
You don't get to take half an answer and adopt the one part you like and ignore the part you don't. And I think there's a way to ask that without opening the door.
There's nothing about Mr. Jones's relationship with his audience that has anything to do with who's funding this lawsuit.
Judge, if he's going to question my client's motives for wanting to crush the globalists and suggest it's all about $1, that's putting what he's all about right in the center of this case. And you may recall one of the questions I asked Clint Watts. Do you know whether Mr. Jones, how to use this term, gins the anger of the public up, or is he responding to an anger that's already there? Watts didn't know. Mr. Jones, whatever you may think of him and his conduct in Sandy Hook, has beliefs about the globalists. To question those motives about him, I think, will entitle me as a matter of right to respond in my rehabilitation of him.
And bring up what topics, though?
Who are these globalists? You were just, you were told that you were publishing 512 and 513 as part of an effort to rile up your audience to make a buck. You've denied that. What are you really doing? Are you trying, who are these globalists? Why do you think this trial is part of an effort to sign, who is the tyrant? Why do you think the judge has behaved? And if Attorney Maddy is going to call his credibility into question on these, I think and the record is clear. I think I've tried to ask questions within the scope of the exhibits the plaintiffs offer, but they always offer something and then say, oh, you can't use it for the purposes of defense. We can only use it
I
as
understand,
a
Attorney
sword.
So if you're going to ask Mr. Jones about the globalists, Attorney Pattis wants to elicit testimony about who the globalists are, and that apparently would violate.
I don't know if it would violate it. What I just
Well,
asked Mr. Jones.
I think that I accept Attorney Pattis's representation that it would.
Okay, well,
Is that, am I
point of this-
understanding what you're saying, Attorney Pattis?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd have to get your permission to inquire, but I believe that this is opening the door.
If you accept Attorney Pattis's view here, then pretty much any question I ask Mr. Jones about what he does, Attorney Pattis is going to say it opens the door. So I don't think me asking him whether or not he's making money from saying this opens the door to this, whatever his.
Here's the problem with that. That's not the question you asked, Mr. And the record is quite clear. Denied it, and then gratuitously offered that crushing the globalist was. Counsel had two options at that point. It could have moved to strike that answer as non-responsive and then gone on to the question that he just asked. You're just here to make a buck. But he didn't. He adopted the answer, opening the door. It's part of a pattern in this case to use the motions in limine here as a sword rather than a shield. And we're entitled to swordsmanship as well, and we will engage it.
Right. So I think that you can inquire about his monetizing his audience and making money, but I think that you have to steer clear of eliciting testimony that opens the door to his testifying as to who the globalists are.
Thank you, Remy.
Do you need a minute?
No, I'm ready.
You all set, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay. Doing my mental count to 9. All right, the record will reflect the entire panel has returned. Please be seated. We all thank you for your continued patience. Whenever you're ready, Tony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, since this trial started September 13th, it's day 7. How much money has Free Speech Systems made?
I haven't kept track of it.
You haven't been getting daily text messages with sales numbers?
No.
Your testimonies in the last week, nobody sent you any text messages or other communications with the daily sales?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would you mind checking your phone at the break?
Objection.
Don't have my phone with me.
Okay. Well, when you get a chance.
Objection.
I couldn't hear.
Objection, that's not proper.
Ongoing discovery obligation.
Well, if that is the case, Attorney Titus, I'm sure you'll deal with it at the break. So we can move on.
You normally get daily sales reports, right?
Sometimes I do.
Tim Fruget sent you those?
No.
Tim Fruget sent you those back in 2019 and 2020,
Yes, that's when he was employee, yes.
right? Now he is an affiliate
Yes.
with you, right? He helps run this website called freeworldoutlet.com,
Yes.
and you have a financial interest in that, don't you?
I think it buys products from us.
Excuse me?
Buys products from us and sells them.
It buys products from you. You make money that way, and then they sell products on that website, right?
Yes.
And that's Tim Fruget, your former business director, right?
Yes.
And you set him up financially to do that, yes?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't recall testifying in your deposition, sir, that you funded Free World Outlet initially to get him off the ground?
Can you refresh me with that testimony?
I'm asking you right now, if you recall that.
I don't remember. Free World Outlet's a very small site.
Did you tell the corporate rep about that, freeworldoutlet.com?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who was the corporate rep, by the way?
Brittany
Objection, which one? When? Timing.
The one who testified here.
Brittany Paz.
And so Tim Fruget, who now helps run freeworldoutlet.com, he used to give you daily sales reports, yes?
Sometimes, yes.
Who does it now?
I've not been getting those reports.
Okay, well, who does it when you do get them?
I can go in and I can pull up the reports myself, but I've not been doing that because we don't.
Mr. Jones, the question I ask you is, who's doing it now when you do get them?
Well, I'm not allowed.
Does anybody send you?
Objection, he's trying to answer, Judge.
I'm not allowed under the judge's order to tell you about what happened to my company.
That's not true, Mr. Jones. What I'm asking you is who sends you daily sales reports?
Yeah, he's answered, asked and answered several
I
times.
didn't get the answer, so can you say it again, sir? Who would?
Okay, you're telling me to answer the question.
All right, so, well, I'm going to excuse the jury again. You're gonna get your exercise today for those of you who wear Fitbits. So just put your pads down and you'll follow along. I think he's following the rules here. I think he was probably gonna say one of the bankruptcy.
That's just the bankruptcy people are in control of it.
Who sends you the daily sales report?
Objection, objection, objection.
All right, so,
They've taken it
So,
all.
no, no, no.
Objection.
well, that was nice and
I'll
loud.
get there, Judge.
So,
That calls for the identity of a person.
no, so in fairness to Mr. Jones, he could have said whatever the lingo is for a bankruptcy, what were you gonna say?
Yes, until yesterday, the CRO, the bankruptcy's in full control of everything.
All right, so,
And they,
That's not responsive to my question.
Objection.
no.
because I can't say it's,
So the question, no, you did the right thing. You asked who sent him the daily, who gets the daily sales reports now, and if the answer was the bankruptcy person, then he knows he's not supposed to say that.
I said, who sends you daily sales
And
reports?
he said no one does. When he gets them from the bankruptcy people.
I don't think he said no one does.
He
but-
said no
That is
one
correct.
3 times.
All right, so what do you propose? All right, so why don't we get the panel? I think it's a good thing we brought the coffee pot today. seats whenever you're comfortable. So I hope you don't think just be seated, I hope you don't think we're being impolite. We have issues to discuss, and it's so much easier to have you all get up and go to your own than us trying to all set up somewhere else. So, just bear with us.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, I want to shift gears a little bit. Do you agree with me that your reputation is very important to you?
Objection to the form, Judge.
Overruled.
No, I don't agree.
Do you agree that protecting your identity from lies and falsehoods about you is something that you care about?
I care about freedom.
That was my question. So my question was, do you agree that protecting your identity, your own identity, from people lying about you, I mean, that's just a human thing, isn't it? Nobody wants to be lied about, right?
No.
And particularly about the core things that make them who they are, right?
Yes.
And you have those things in your life. Your family, yes.
Yes.
Your work.
Yes.
Your relationships with your loved ones, right?
Yes.
The lessons you learned as a young person about how to be in the world, yes?
Yes.
All of these things that go into who you are as a person, right?
Yes.
And you would never want to be maligned or lied about those things that are core to you, correct?
Yes, but I have been plenty.
You have been, and that's been hurtful, isn't it?
The world isn't an easy place. When people become political figures, they get in their arena.
You know what, I think that was probably what you were just trying to do there, was to suggest.
Objection to
Sustained, and as I told the jury, and I know you're probably sick of hearing it from me, but this case is not about politics, okay? It's a hearing of damages. Why don't we move on?
Were you just trying to suggest that my clients, these families, deserved what they got because they had stepped into the arena? Is that what you were just trying to say?
objection, argumentative.
No.
That's not me. Okay. What I'm trying to get at, though, Mr. Jones, is that these things that are core to who you are, core to anybody, they're lied about and defamed. Even just to a small group of people, that can be very hurtful, can it?
Yes.
And although you've been critical of this court and the judicial system, you yourself have sought protection in the courts when people have lied about you, haven't you?
I mean, I have before.
Yeah, and in fact, during this very lawsuit, you yourself have brought a lawsuit against others who you claimed had defamed you, correct?
You talking about the Young Turks?
Yeah. You did that, right?
Yes.
Can we bring up Exhibit 434 for Mr. Jones, please?
Fuller ID.
It's ID, Your Honor.
134?
Motion in limine politics.
434.
Motion in limine politics.
Why don't I take a look at it first?
Sure.
So, Mr. Jones, just.
Mr. Jones was asked about this in his deposition, Your Honor.
Doesn't matter, Judge.
All right, I'll tell you. 9 pages, I believe. There's an exhibit on that that's attached.
The ID in here too?
Can I give you, I can give you my copy, Judge, if you want to
No,
look at
that's, I don't want to take your copy, just give me a minute. Oh, Ron. We have to keep Ron on his toes. Thank you.
he's going to talk about why he sued the Young Turks, and he believes that they're part of another political conspiracy. I mean, the problem with this fellow is everything is part of a conspiracy.
The complaint, which is an admission, is offered to show his knowledge of damages, his understanding of this. The Young Turks are another media organization.
They're a media?
They're a media organization. Right. That's it.
They're competing people who he thinks got co-opted as part of a conspiracy against him.
But look, that to me isn't in politics, and beyond that, that's not relevant for the purpose for which
But you don't get to, my position is, Judge, the plaintiffs don't get to choose the purpose without opening. They can't say, well, we get to hurt, but you can't help your own client. It doesn't work that way. In the same way that many of the exhibits they've offered contain the very figures whose names I'm prohibited from mentioning.
I'm using it, and so.
Well, I don't know that you're using it. The court needs to rule.
I'd ask you if this opens the door to anything beyond the issues that I'm going to ask him.
I'm going to ask him. I'll ask him why he sued the Young Turks, and then they're going to have to live with that answer.
You don't know. It might not. I mean, I don't know.
If he answers truthfully, if he answers truthfully, he will talk about them being part of having been co-opted by a political opponent. Yes.
Based on what?
It doesn't have. It can be. It's his understanding. Well, I mean, my contention, Judge, is that the plaintiffs do not get to open a door and then say you can't look inside the room. And so there are ways to do this without opening that door. But if they're going to open it, we're going to walk.
How do you do it without opening the door?
You've sued, you know about damages. No, so if the contention is, you've sued, you know how people can sue for defamation. You sued for another group, correct? He acknowledged he did. You're seeking damages, you have money damages for your reputation. Yes. That's because you believe that's an appropriate thing to do. Isn't that right? I think that's what they're trying to get.
It's nothing political about that.
Can I order this piece of the record?
Look, I'm going to ask the questions about it, and we can argue about what doors.
Well, no, I'm objecting.
Much better if you did it along those lines so it doesn't open the door.
I don't want to talk about politics with this guy at all. I'm going to ask him about this lawsuit and his claim that he was previously. Okay, well,
Judge, I think they do so at their peril.
Fine.
So that is on the record, so we have the record and it will be admitted over objection.
So before we pull it up, let's just give the jury a little background. So you brought this lawsuit against an individual named Brianna Wu, correct?
Yes.
An individual named Andrew Kimmel, yes?
Yes.
And an entity called the Young Turks LLC, correct?
Yes.
And you brought that lawsuit in September of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So about a year and a half after this lawsuit had been filed.
Yes.
And do you know who Brianna Wu is?
It was people online, so-called journalists, saying.
I just asked you about Brianna Wu. So I want to ask
I don't remember who she is now.
Okay, you don't remember who she is. Thank you. Do you remember who Andrew Kimmel is?
Not really.
Okay. But you sued them.
I mean, yes.
Okay. And the Young Turks LLC, am I correct that that's a media organization?
Yes.
Okay. And you brought this lawsuit because you claimed that these people had spread a lie about you, right?
Objection, motion to eliminate.
What you wanted
It wasn't money.
Well, we'll get into that. But what you wanted was you sued them because you believed they had spread a lie about you, correct?
Yes, it was directly connected to this case.
Correct. So let's get into that. So what happened was, back in 2019, you were required to produce some documents to the plaintiffs in this case, correct?
And I did.
Okay. And among the documents that you gave to your lawyers and that your lawyers produced to us were some emails, correct?
Yes. I
And
think 207,000.
so, sir, really? You just have to answer my
Right,
question,
so-
yes or no? All right.
Objection to the
So,
comments.
excuse me, so if anyone, either of you need any help with any witness not answering the questions that you're asked, ask me to do it, that's my job. I like to do my job, I'm not bad at my job, I know you know what I'm gonna say, Mr. Jones, go here.
Just yes or no?
Yeah, or I don't.
Okay.
Okay, just answer, sir.
And,
No,
oh, I'm sorry,
I'm
thank
still
you,
speaking.
thank you, I'm sorry.
Just look at me. Just yes, no, or I don't tell. Thank you.
Your lawyers were images of child pornography, correct?
Yes,
And the FBI was alerted about this, right?
yes,
And the FBI concluded that while those emails were in your organization's possession, they had been sent to your organization from outside, correct?
yes,
And that there wasn't any evidence that you or anybody in your organization had opened them, correct?
yes,
In other words, that although they had been sent to us, that had been done inadvertently, correct?
yes,
And when you were advised of this, you were upset, yes?
yes,
And so you went on the air, correct?
yes,
And you blamed my office for having planted it, correct?
no,
Mr. Jones, do you want to see the video, sir?
go ahead and roll it.
Would you like me to?
I mean, if you want to.
You offered $1 million to have my head on a pike.
No, objection, that mischaracterizes it. This, may we approach?
I don't think we need to. That's
Yeah,
a yes
I
or no.
do.
So, come on.
He was never charged with a
judge has
crime.
seen the video.
You've seen the video, and he said he talked about his suspicions about Mr. Manny, but he never said. He said he'd offer $1 million for the person who did it. He had suspicions about him. To suggest as an officer of the court otherwise, excuse me, to suggest otherwise as an officer of the court, I'm asking for a curative instruction and admonishment of counsel.
Watch the video.
I was sitting there. I don't
Can
need
you
to.
ask, so I'm not gonna give a curative instruction, I'm not gonna admonish. Can you ask him in a different way?
Well, he hasn't answered it.
Right, so
So you can
well,
say
it's
no, I
objected
guess.
to, so can you ask it in a different way?
He can say no if he wants, and I can impeach him.
Can you ask it in a different way
I
then?
don't want to ask it in a different way.
So you'll not sustain the objection and then
Thank
you
you.
try to ask it. And attorney, we're due for a break anytime between now and the next 10 minutes. I'm gonna leave it up to
Great.
you as to when
Yep.
is a good point.
Thank you. Yep. So, Mr. Jones, when you found out about this, you went on your show, right?
Yes,
And you held my picture up to your audience, yes? You did that.
no, I believe you conflated your picture being on the pile of stuff, me saying it was a reward to find out who did it. So how is there a reward if we don't?
So, Mr. Jones, the question was, you held my picture up, and I'm not sure I got your answer. Was it yes, no, or I don't know?
Or you don't recall?
I don't recall.
what he said.
I don't recall.
Do you recall pounding on my picture? Do you recall
I
that?
pounded my desk all the time. It was a pile of papers. I remember that.
Okay, all right. And the reason I'm doing this is because when you went on the air and did all that, people found out that there was this issue about your company having sent child pornography to my office, correct? That's how people found out about it.
Well, you're not going to be clear that someone sent it to me.
No. I think we've established that.
No, but you're getting it set up for clips, though. I know what you're doing.
Mr. Jones, really, I think it's established, and nobody contests that you had nothing to do with that child pornography. Okay, let's make that clear.
Yeah, you guys found it.
Correct. We found it because it was sent to us, right?
It was hidden, embedded, and then you guys found it. Really good job.
So, Mr. Jones.
I know I'm not supposed to start.
No. No commentary.
Understand.
Answer the question.
It became public that there was this whole issue that child pornography had been sent from your company to my law office, correct?
Objection, Judge, that calls for speculation, that
Well,
maybe
well,
one avenue.
I don't remember.
All right. But in any event, once it became public, you claimed that Brianna Wu and Andrew Pimmel and the Young Turks had lied about you having sent it, correct?
They said more than that, if I remember.
Right, and you allege that in your complaint, right?
Yes,
And that was deeply harmful to you, that they had lied about the fact that you had sent child pornography, right?
people still say it all the time everywhere.
It's a terrible thing to be accused of, correct?
Yeah, but they quit saying it, so I dropped the suit.
And they were spreading to all over the internet this lie about you, that you had sent child pornography, correct?
Purposefully, that was the issue.
And that's why you brought this lawsuit, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be a fine time for a break.
All right, so we will take our morning recess now, 15 minutes. I know you're probably saying to yourself, why do we need another recess? We just got up and down, but our staff has been here, and we've been working the whole entire time, and so I'm required to give them a break. So you'll continue to obey the rules of your my Apple Watch off so much that I can't even find the clock. 12, let's say 12:10, okay? So we'll take a recess. ready for our panel. Mr. Jones, you want to come up here, sir? I'm gonna need a minute once he brings the panel in because I left my notes on my desk.
You're welcome to mine, Judge.
All right, the council stipulate the entire panel has returned.
I do.
Please be seated. Just give me 1 moment. On my desk, it says day 7, week 2, in the upper right hand. Thanks, sir. Just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Ferrero's getting my notes that I left in my chambers.
Before the break, we were talking about this lawsuit that you brought, right? Remember
Yes.
that? Okay. And again, this lawsuit was brought against Mrs. Wu, Mr. Kimmel, and the Young Turks LLC for them stating online that you had sent child pornography to the plaintiffs in this case, correct?
They said more than that.
Okay. But was that the gist of it?
No,
Tell me what you sued them for.
I mean, they said that I intentionally did it, and that I was, horrible. They said a bunch of stuff. It was a lot of different program shows,
Okay.
and we,
Okay, but the gist of the lie here was that you had sent child pornography to the plaintiffs in this case, yes?
Yes, not that it had been sent to me unopened, then discovered by you and discovery sent to you.
They left that part out, correct?
I don't remember now.
Okay, but that would have been important context for them to provide an accurate account of what happened here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't do that.
Yes.
Right. And as a result of those statements, you claimed that this had resulted in viral spread of this lie about you, correct?
Yes.
The Young Turks had a Twitter account.
Television show that's also on television, and the issue was I
just asked you about the Twitter account, sir. So let's just go one step at a time. I mean,
Okay.
the concern you had was that this lie about you was spreading online, correct?
Yes.
In a viral way, right?
Yes,
And what you meant by that was that it was taking off online, correct?
yes,
And reaching a wide audience, yes?
yes.
And the more people who come into contact with this, as you called it, one of the worst smears that can be spread about anyone, the more people that came in contact with that, the more damage was being done to you, correct?
I mean, I think that's fair to say.
And because the more people who see this, the more people who might believe it, right?
Well, I don't know they're going to believe it, but
That's the concern, right?
yes.
Because if people believe, especially a large number of people who encounter this line on the internet, that you possess child pornography, that would be a horrible, horrible stain on your reputation as an individual, correct?
I think it's 20 years in prison, too.
Correct. They accused you of a felony, didn't they?
Yes.
And not only just any felony. Child pornography, right?
And distributing it.
And distributing it. And it's the type of allegation that would provoke a lot of anger in people who if they were to believe that about you, right?
Yes.
And might provoke people to even want to confront you about it, right?
Objection calls for speculation what might occur.
Sustained.
I think you testified earlier that you have come across people who have accused you of this, right?
It's still ongoing.
Right. And if that happens, obviously there are certain measures you need to take to try and protect yourself from people who may need to do you harm as a result of this, right?
And when they stop saying it, we drop the suit. We just want them to stop saying it.
But I'm just saying, when people believe something horrible like this, that you're a child pornographer, that could lead to people who believe it to hate you, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, I think that's fair to say.
And if they really believed it and they really hated you, you might have a few people come after you, right?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
Well, like the police.
That's one, right? But what about people who are just out there and unhinged, thinking, Alex Jones, child pornographer. Next time I see him, boy.
My name, I didn't name most of these people's names.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about that, right? I know you might kind of see where I'm going here.
Objection,
I did.
move to strike.
Let's move on to the next question.
And as a result of that concern, you yourself have taken measures to protect you and your family, correct?
We have to have more security because of the Sandy Hook thing, actually, than that.
Well, you got security guards in the courtroom right now, don't you?
Yeah.
These two gentlemen over here in the black jackets, that's part of your security team.
Yes.
They follow you everywhere you go, right?
Yes, not due to the fake child porn, but due to this.
You've had a security team for a long time, haven't you?
That's, but the main, I mean, you're asking.
I'm just asking you.
Objection,
Have you had a security team
motion
for a long
committee.
time?
Doors.
It's a yes or no, whether he's had a security team for.
Why? Objection.
4 years since the Sandy Hook suits.
And this gentleman here on the right, that's Tim Enlow, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, he's your head of security?
Yes.
And they walk around with earpieces, right? So they can communicate with one another?
I don't know they have those.
You flew up here on a private jet, is that right?
A charter plane.
Charter plane, okay. And so one of the reasons you do that is because you travel commercial, you know who you're gonna run into, right?
Since this case, yes.
Okay.
Since the Texas case, it's
Jones, do you really want?
Objection, Judge, again.
So let's just get the
Is it
next
your
question.
testimony,
Objection that we
that you've never
Right,
chartered?
just 1 second. Sidebar, please. So, I'm gonna get this. I don't want to be interrupting. So what do you suggest? You're talking. I can't hear you. Can we stop that? Can we stop that?
I objected to his instructing counsel, which is the role of the court. You even said that
So if you have an issue, just, I don't need to interject myself more than I need to, but if you're not, just ask me. And I'm happy to do it.
Yep.
So just as a gentle reminder, Mr. Jones,
yes, ma'am.
just try to listen to the questions that's asked. If there's an objection, we'll stop, and then, yes or no, or I don't know right off, okay?
Is it your sworn testimony that you've never chartered a private jet before this lawsuit, sir?
Yes,
Never, before 2018, had you chartered a private jet. You sure you want to say that?
yes,
We won't see any expenses prior to 2018 for any private chartered air travel, correct?
you said a jet. I mean, I think we rented Cessnas for aerial news shows at the border. One time, me and my wife and my children were in Canada. We rented a seaplane that flew us for a couple hours up to a place to eat. But other than that, I've never known. Not till now. Not till this.
Okay, so your testimony is that prior to this lawsuit, you actually did fly on chartered planes, correct?
No, you said a jet.
I'm sorry, if I was confusing you, but with the word jet.
Would a hot air balloon count? I have also rented those a few times in my life.
Okay, let's,
No, that's not what I was referring to. But
I have rented.
so,
I-
let's just wait for questions, there's no question.
just see if you can answer this yes or no, sir. Prior to this lawsuit, you had paid for chartered private air travel, correct?
Yes, not jets.
And in addition to the security team that you have and your private air travel arrangements, I take it that you have security systems at your homes, correct?
Sure.
So with this lawsuit, why don't we bring up paragraph 7 on page 3.
Has it been admitted yet?
I did offer it.
I don't know the doors are open.
I think you moved it to the sideline.
Which number was it?
424.
424.
424?
34.
It was objected to?
434.
434 was made a full exhibit about 45 minutes ago.
So let's pull up paragraph 7 with my critique, please. Okay. And this is a complaint that one of your lawyers, Robert Barnes, drafted on your behalf, correct?
Yes.
It was filed in a lawsuit to commence this lawsuit against these people.
Yes.
And one of the claims you made was that on June 17th, 2019, at 9:40 with that group, yes? St. Uyghur, it's a person associated with the
Yes.
Uyghurs, published on its Twitter account, quote, Alex Jones sent child porn to Sandy Hook parents. See Exhibit 1, the Young Turks Twitter account. And that's the same headline made the Young Turks video page, where it still stands today. And so there was a tweet, right? And there was a headline associated on their video page, according to this paragraph, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And if you go further down, you say here that they hold themselves out as, quote, serious journalists with millions of followers across multiple social media platforms and the biggest media network on YouTube that is completely monetized by YouTube, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
And the point of that is to show that these people who you claim lied about you had a significant platform that could result in significant harm to you, yes?
Yes, and we weren't allowed to respond back because we weren't on that platform.
Okay. So, I'm just strike right there.
Sustained.
So, you then go down further, and let's go to paragraph 12. One of the things in a claim for defamation per se, the words are so obviously hurtful that they require no proof that they caused injury in order for them to be actionable. Accusing a professional of deliberately sending child pornography to opposing attorneys, a serious felony, raises no questions as to its negative effect on your professional reputation, right?
Yes, they said my name.
Yeah, right. The idea is that this type of allegation is so hurtful that just the fact that it was made shows that there was damage done, right?
I'm not a lawyer, but under the law, if you say their name, too, you have to say the person's name.
Yeah. You're not a lawyer, are you?
But
Right. So you're not, right?
No.
Okay. And when you did this, you attached as proof. Oh, let's go to page 6. Yeah, page 6. And at the end of it, after you made these allegations, you said, wherefore, plaintiff respectfully prays for judgment against the defendants in a sum to be determined by a jury, right? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You included an exhibit. And let's go to exhibit 8. I'm sorry, page 8. This is exhibit 1. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, counsel, but you're referring to an exhibit that's part of this exhibit.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There was an exhibit 1 attached to the complaint. Thank you.
That we come around to see the board here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it just yet.
Let him just get situated so he can take his time.
And as you see, here, this is the tweet that was so concerning to you, right? And there's a video associated with it, obviously not here on the printout.
No, it was what they said in the video where they said I was going to jail and I did it on purpose and a bunch of other incredible stuff.
I'm going to strike that, Your Honor.
Okay,
What you included in support of your lawsuit was this, yes?
yes, an image of the video so you can see the video.
And the headline was Alex Jones sent child porn to Sandy Hook parents, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a technical matter, your agents did send child pornography. And down here, if you look at the bottom, how many retweets did this tweet have? You might have it in front of you, sir, if that's easier.
20.
20. And how many likes?
37.
Okay. And then over here, this is 132. Those are comments, yes?
I don't know.
You don't remember that? Okay.
The issue is the video, not.
I didn't ask you any questions, sir. All right, you can take that down. So there were 20 retweets and 37 likes, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to put TYT, that's Young Turks, right?
Yes.
So there were 20 retweets.
Do you need Mr. Jones to see that board? Because I'm not sure he can. Can you see that board?
I can see it.
Oh, never mind.
A little
You can see
bit.
it?
A little bit.
And 37 likes, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you've been watching. Clint Watts testified here earlier this week, correct?
Yes.
And did you hear his testimony that at a minimum, your lies about Sandy Hook reached 550 million just on social media alone? Did you recall that testimony?
Yes.
That's a yes or no?
Yes, I recall it.
You recall it.
Preposterous.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
And so, sir, just remember, no comments, just
Oh,
answer
yes,
the
thank you.
question. Thank you.
I'm done with this. Huh? I got it, thank you. Now, Mr. Jones, lie you spread for years and years was that the families behind me were actors, correct?
I can't
That's
answer.
a yes or no.
No objection.
It's too complex. Sorry.
Motion eliminated.
Can I have a sidebar on that? The lies that you spread before Trump.
He doesn't think they were lies. I mean, the court has made that finding. And so this is the heart of that Fifth Amendment issue I alerted the court to. If he agrees with the characterization that it's a lie, he's testifying falsely. If he testifies truthfully, he's in contempt of a prior ruling of the court.
So,
I'll do something a little different.
okay, that's a good point, though.
I mean, look, you can take the fifth. So,
If we're going to get to that, I'd rather do it outside the jury's presence because my claim.
I'll try something.
Okay.
Chris.
So just wait for the next question, Mr. Jones.
Man, I'm sorry.
Yes. Well, let
Mr.
them-
Jones, for years and years and years, you called these. That's not correct.
No.
Do you remember in your deposition, sir? I asked you about Robbie Parker, right?
Yes.
And you always called Robbie Parker an actor many times, didn't you?
No, I said it looked like he was acting.
You said it looked like he was
The
acting?
internet is a huge thing.
Mr. Jones, is your
Objection, my
testimony...
client wasn't permitted to finish his answer.
These are not yes or-
No, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, because now I've lost the question. So can you ask the question?
You know what?
again?
Let's do it this way. Mr. Jones, would you agree with me that if somebody were to lie about a group of people and call them actors and having faked their children's death, that would be a horrible thing to say about something?
I did not call
Is
them
it yes or no?
liars.
As to the vouching in proper form, it's a contrary voucher. Nobody cares whether he agrees with Mr. Manager.
All right, sustained.
Mr. Jones, if someone were to falsely claim that a group of families who had lost loved ones were actors and had faked the deaths of their loved ones, that would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
Could be. To millions and millions and millions of people, one would expect those families who have been falsely accused to be damaged, correct?
Objection, speculation, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes or no, sir?
I cannot answer this question truthfully without violating the court's order.
Well, why don't we have an invocation then?
What's an invocation?
Oh, no, wait, Judge. This
All
is
right.
improper. I'm going to object.
So why don't I excuse the jury for a minute? This shouldn't be too long. Okay, so the question again?
Well, Judge, before we do that, we had an agreement that if there was going to be any Fifth Amendment claims here, it would be done outside the presence of the jury, and then we're asking for an invocation.
When you say we had an agreement, you and the attorney?
Well, no, Attorney Pattis requested that. I wasn't prepared for him to invoke.
Effort to evoke the Fifth Amendment, or to elicit a Fifth Amendment response to be done outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine, but that's not what I was doing. I think the question will show that there's no valid assertion there.
All right, well, why don't, can you give me the question again? Or do you want me to play it back?
Yes.
Why don't we play it back?
Okay, take your time, Madam Monitor.
deaths of their loved ones. That would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
And if somebody were to spread that link to millions and millions and millions of people, one would expect those families who have been falsely accused to be damaged, correct? Objection, Mr. Old. Yes, no, sir.
I cannot answer this question truthfully without following what's order.
Well, why don't we have the petition then?
What's in the case?
Or anybody else. Okay.
So we alerted the court earlier on that there may be an unusual Fifth Amendment issue in this case arising from the law of the case. Mr. Jones has suffered a disciplinary default in this case, resulting in his inability to contest liability. The court has established during the law of the case that...
Can we just back up for a second? So the question wasn't about Mr. Jones specifically, although maybe it was getting there. The question was, if someone spread that claim to millions and millions of people, one would expect people to be damaged. There's no...
No, you're missing a predicate in there, falsely. If they falsely spread this information.
Right, but this is not talking about Mr. Jones or free speech systems. This was a hypothetical.
He's not an expert, and he can't be questioned as an expert. He's here as a fact witness. And the fact that this is an attempt to sidestep the ruling, and once again have the motion in limine be used as a sword rather than a shield. Is that Mr. Jones, the law of the case is that the court has concluded these statements were false, not because they were litigated, but because of failure to comply with discovery. We can't talk about that. The plaintiffs have earned the right to call him a liar in open court. Whether we agree or not, that's the law of the case. What they've not done is earn the right to put him in a position where he either disagrees with their characterization of him, thus running afoul of a prior ruling of the court, or agrees with them, thus committing perjury. We would go further and say that if we get to a point where an invocation is necessary, they're not entitled to an adverse inference because that is giving undue weight to a
Attorney
disciplinary
Pattis,
default.
what would be wrong if his answer, his true answer, how would it violate the order, is if he says he denies the extent of the damage?
Well,
I don't know that that's responsive to the question, candidly.
yeah, so, Your Honor, I think what's happening here is we had a sidebar to avoid a proper assertion. I said I'll do it a different way. And so I came back here, and instead of telling Mr. Jones that he had lied, I said if one did, that would cause damage.
Well, who cares?
Well, I think and I don't want to tell you how to ask it, but
You know, this is,
no, let me just
I'm sorry.
get it out. Where we're not putting Mr. Jones in a pickle, but where the jury understands that the issue has been decided, which they've been told many, many times now. So can you think of a way to do it along those lines? So here, the court has already determined that liability is not an issue. The jury is just determining damages. And so what's the question for Mr. Jones?
No, there is no, first of all, he's a defendant. This isn't impeachment on credibility grounds.
What the question is, though.
The question is, rather than ask him directly, where he now thinks, you know, a truthful answer would somehow incriminate himself, I've asked him whether or not one would expect that if one were to do these things, it would cause harm. Now, Attorney Pattis is still free to argue at any point that that the harm caused here wasn't what the plaintiffs alleged. That's what he's apparently claiming. But Mr. Jones's response to that question, if the answer is yes, one would expect that type of harm. That doesn't violate the court's orders, and it's not false. If the answer is no, one right? So either one, he can testify truthfully without violating the court's order and putting himself in contempt.
Or I don't know.
Or I don't know.
All right,
The
so how
problem
does,
with that, Judge, is it's argumentative in tone. He's not an expert, and so what one does isn't what we're
But
here to
that's
show.
a-
We're here to show what he did.
right, but
And the
that's a
purpose
different,
is being
no,
offered to
Attorney
get into the
Pattis,
state
Attorney
line.
Pattis, Attorney Pattis, how many times do I have to say when I'm speaking, you stop? You have been a member of the bar for a long, long time, and you know the rules in all the courts. So, your objection was that it was a motion in limine issue, I thought, that it would require him to lie. I now hear that it's a different objection, that it's speculative, he's not an expert.
I'm waiting to finish, so I don't want to follow your word. I have been in offshore work for a long time. As you know, I insist on making my record, so thank you. And I'm sorry that I stepped on your question. I thought I wasn't done. What I was trying to say was the following. I objected because he's trying to get an evocation in the jury's presence, which is entirely improper, without permission of the court. I objected further because he was asking Mr. Jones a question that places him on the horns of the dilemma. In the course of all of his proffer outside the jury's presence, he's now switched it to one would expect. Mind about his conduct is.
I can't disagree with that, so I will sustain the objection. And where does that leave us with respect to possible future invocation?
If there's going to be an invocation, I've requested it be that the prelude to it be outside the jury's presence so that I can argue about whether the plaintiffs are entitled.
All right, so how does that work procedurally? So
Motion.
there's a question. You're going to invoke on his behalf?
I can't do that, I don't think. It's
I
certainly
think-
in the jury's presence. I'll argue, I'll simply say
think in a
motion
civil
about
case.
evocation.
I think
Motion
in a-
about evocation.
Okay. Does that work, Attorney Matty?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so if that happens, Mr. Jones, if that happens, just put the brakes on, okay? So that we can do it. Okay, let's bring the jury out. So can I just see counsel in the meantime? So I can count on one hand how many times I've argued for the entire career.
You're right. You're right.
That's in there. That's a positive
no,
note.
Look, Judge, here's the deal. I'm an advocate. I get lost in the moment. You've admonished me, and I'm working on it.
You're standing up for your right?
I'm a member of Advocates Anonymous, Judge. If I warm too much to my client's cause, that's why courts are here to ensure fair trials.
We're good. Okay, welcome back. As promised, we were pretty quick, so thank you for your patience. Please be seated. The record will reflect that our entire panel has returned. Let's give them a minute to settle in. And whenever you're ready, Attorney Matty, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. You remember in your deposition, sir, you referred to, asked you some questions about Robbie Parker, correct?
Yes.
And I showed you a video where you were describing not just one parent, but a bunch of parents coming up and doing the fake crying in the laugh. Do you remember that video?
No, I don't.
Why don't we show 19...
Which exhibit is this? I'm sorry. 19?
19I.
A as in
19I.
I.
It is a full exhibit.
Thank you.
admits they did fake scud attacks on themselves back in 1991, 1990. Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica? Wolfgang W. Halbig's our guest, former state police officer, then worked for the Customs Department, and then over the last decades created one of the biggest, most successful school safety training groups, and he just has gone and investigated, and it's as phony as a $3 bill, and they've been, but man, Wolfgang, you dropped a bombshell of your of 100 kids, and then nobody can find them, and then you've got parents laughing going, and then they walk over to the camera and go, and, I mean, not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this, and then photos of kids that are still alive, they said died. I mean, they think we're so dumb that it's really hidden in plain view.
So, Mr. Jones, does that refresh your recollection about referring to not just one parent, but a bunch of parents doing the fake crying and the laughing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And when you were deposed, you acknowledged, did you not, that you had referred to the parents who had brought this case as actors? Didn't you acknowledge that then?
I mean, the only person's name I ever said was Robbie Parker, but I guess that clip's from like 7 years ago or wherever it is. They're all long time ago.
So, Mr. Jones, just let's get back to answer the
Oh,
question.
sorry.
that's
Sorry.
asked.
So the question was, do you remember in your deposition where you acknowledged that the families who had brought this case you had called actors? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
I think we've had like 4 depositions. Which one was it?
You remember you were in my office?
Yes.
We were in a conference room?
Yes.
Okay, I was sitting just about as far as any from the court reporter from you.
I'm trying to remember we've had quite a few.
You and I have only had 2 in person, correct?
Yes. I mean,
Okay. All right, well, Mr. Jones, I'm talking about the ones when you were in person sitting right next to me.
okay, that's why I'm trying to refresh my memory.
So, am I correct that during that deposition, you acknowledged under oath that you had referred to these families as actors?
I don't remember the testimony, but I never even seen their faces until most of them really sued me. I don't know. So I can't answer your question. I don't have the answer to that.
You just don't remember that testimony is your answer, right?
I believe it's the same testimony I gave her today.
Okay. Okay, well, why don't we, may I approach your honor?
You may.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I'm gonna ask you to look at page 252. You see this question where I say, I'm asking.
Which exhibit, sir?
This is Mr. Jones's
Well,
deposition.
there are 4 of them. Which one is that?
April 5th, 2022.
Page 252.
Thank you.
I'm asking if you'd agree with that. You've given me 2 options here. Somebody who is really who they say they are, but they're going along with the official script. Those are the options you gave me. Answer, yes, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
The first option, Robbie Parker is an actor creating a role. In that circumstance, Robbie Parker is just a fictitious character, correct? What'd you say?
Yes. That's role playing, yes.
You said yes, right?
Yeah.
In that context, the actor playing Robbie Parker would be going out in front of the whole world to give a statement, knowing that he's just playing a fictitious part, correct? What'd you say?
Yes.
You remember in your deposition you acknowledged that for this hoax to work, it couldn't just be Robbie Parker who was an actor. They all had to be in on it, correct?
You've refreshed my memory. I believe I was answering your hypothetical questions.
Okay. Listen to the question I just asked
All right.
you. You acknowledged in your deposition to be pulled off. It wouldn't just be Robbie Parker. It would have to be all the families who were actors, correct?
Objection.
We're covering the controversy of was it staged or not.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you answer that question, sir?
Can you refresh me with the transcript?
Sure.
The last one was very helpful.
In fact, you know what, let's just pull it up for everybody.
So this is exhibit.
One moment, Your Honor. We have this clip, right? Now, we're going to play a portion of Mr. Jones's deposition. It's an admission.
What was the exhibit number on this, Judge?
It's not an exhibit, it's an admission. But
It
we'll get to
has
the
ID.
number for the deposition. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
No problem.
While we're doing that, Mr. Jones, what's a Potemkin village?
A Potemkin village, I believe, goes back to examples like the villages, the PR stunts. Then I think there was some, I forget the exact historic nature of it. I may be wrong about that. It's something to do with Russian history and government staging events.
Right. And this Potemkin village would be filled with people to play parts as if they were villagers, correct?
Yes.
Actors in a hoax that the government was staging.
It's like the Truman Show.
And the Truman Show, that's a movie, yes?
Yes.
Where this fake village is plopped down and everybody who populates it is in on the hoax, yes?
I think that's what the movie's about.
And that's what a Potemkin village is, to your understanding?
It's got a lot of definitions, but I think that's a fair one.
Is that about right? Is that how you were using it when you were deposed?
You have to refresh my memory.
That's what we're trying to do here. All right, we'll play that.
Sorry, counsel, what is it?
Your claim, in response to my question, that there is a fictitious that by going in front of the camera to millions and millions of people, there would be somebody who would know, hey, I know that guy. That's not Robbie Parker, right? Objection. Just answer that question. Do you think that, is that a reasonable expectation?
No.
Okay.
Objection.
And if somebody were to recognize,
It's a Potemkin village.
if somebody were to recognize the person playing Robbie Parker isn't in fact Robbie Parker, that would blow the whole hoax, right? Objection.
Objection. You know what a Potemkin village is?
Answer my question.
Now this is a Potemkin village.
Okay. By Potemkin Village, you mean everybody who was in the immediate community would have been in on it.
Well, they set that up
Right.
during World War II.
That's
didn't
what, no. That's what you mean, that everybody in the community is
they?
in.
Not everybody would have been in a close-knit area.
Which would mean, it's certainly all the parents of children who were killed would have to be part of that conspiracy, right?
Or maybe it didn't even happen.
That'd be a good time for lunch break, Ron.
I think so.
You all right?
372?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so we will take our lunch break. We'll be back right for 2 p.m. It is as imperative as always that you continue to obey the rules of juror conduct. Ron will take your notepads. If you go out, I'm not sure what the weather's like, it's hard to tell, but if you do venture out, just make sure that as you come back in, you avoid any of the witnesses or parties or lawyers associated with the case and any media that you might see. So I hope everyone has a nice lunch. We'll take a recess. lunch break. Good afternoon, everyone. Regularly assigned seats. Council will stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be seated. So comfortable, Mr. Jones. I'll let Mr. Ferraro hand out the notepads. Thank you, Mr. Ferraro. Whenever you're ready, Attorney Madden, you'll continue.
Mr. Jones, do you remember before the break I showed a video of your deposition?
Yes.
And in that video, what you were acknowledging is that your claims that the parents were actors. Do you remember that?
No, it was hypothetical about a Potemkin village.
That's what you think that was? Let's play it again. Can we pull up, please, that clip?
And that is
Watch it
exhibit.
up, Mr. Jones.
What exhibit is that?
372, Judge.
Oh, thank you.
Parker with an actor playing, you'd agree with me that by going in front of the camera to millions and millions of people, there would be somebody who would know, hey, I know that guy. That's not Robbie Parker, right? You just answered that question. Do you think that, is that a reasonable expectation?
No.
Okay.
Object.
And if somebody were to recognize,
It's a Potemkin village.
if somebody were to recognize the person playing Robbie Parker isn't in fact Robbie Parker,
Is it? Take your time.
your claim in response to my question that there's a fictitious person named Robbie Parker with an actor playing, you'd agree with me that by going in front of the camera to millions and millions of people, there would be somebody who would know, hey, I know that guy. That's not Robbie Parker, right?
Objection.
You just answered that question. If somebody were to recognize,
It's a Potemkin village.
if somebody were to recognize the person playing Robbie Parker isn't in fact Robbie Parker, that would blow the whole hoax, right?
Objection. Objection. You know what a Potemkin village is?
Answer my question.
Now there's a Potemkin village.
Okay. By Potemkin village, you mean everybody who was in the immediate community would have been in on it.
Well, they set that up
Right.
during World War II.
That's
didn't
what,
they?
no. That's what you mean, that everybody in the community is in on
Not everybody, but in a close-knit area.
it. Which would mean it's certainly all the parents of children who were killed would have to be part of that conspiracy, right?
Objection. Or maybe it didn't even happen.
Everybody in the community is in.
Not everybody, but in a close-knit area.
Which would mean it's certainly all the parents of children who were killed would have to be part of that conspiracy, right?
Or maybe it didn't even happen, is what people were saying.
Where there is a mass shooting, that everybody involved in the mass shooting has to be in on the hoax, right? For it to work.
Objection. Yes.
Okay. And in that circumstance, if everybody's in on the hoax, that means that there were never any children to begin with, right?
Objection. Yes.
Because it wouldn't be believable that only one parent would fake their child's death. It would have to be everybody. Objection. Yes?
Yes.
That was your testimony, sir?
You say the school was only open as a cutout, right? And what you mean by cutout is basically a set, as if in a movie or a play.
Potemkin Village.
Right. So this was basically just a fake set on which this hoax could play out, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. When you say cutout, that's what you mean.
Yes.
All right. And you say that it was closed until right before the shooting, right? The school.
That's a yes or no question.
It's highly edited. No, that's not my testimony. So, I mean, why can't
Was that you
play-
speaking?
Objection.
But it's, I mean,
No, just wait till the next question.
I mean, I said in the interview I thought it happened.
Mr. Jones.
Just edited it.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
I said several times to stop.
Okay.
You didn't stop.
You just
But
edited
we don't,
it.
we don't want anything unpleasant. So just stop.
This was your deposition testimony, was it not, that I just played?
Yes, clips of it.
And you acknowledged during your deposition that you had said that the parents were clearly actors, quote, clearly actors, correct?
No, I said it looked like that Robbie Parker was acting.
Mr. Jones, are you aware, having watched some of this trial, that this jury has actually seen a lot of your videos
I
already?
watched some of the trial.
Sir, please just, if you can answer my question. Are you aware, having watched some of the trial, that this jury has already seen a lot of the videos that you made about Sandy Hook?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know,
Sustained,
Move to strike.
so ordered.
Mr. Jones, did you watch the parts of the trial where I showed a video of you saying the parents were clearly actors? Did you watch that part? Said there were clearly actors. Are you?
No, there's been a point in time where I believe it probably was a hoax because of all the stuff surrounding it.
Judge, I just move to strike that.
I mean,
I think it's responsive.
I'm gonna strike it.
So let's see if we can do this again. You're not telling this jury that you never said they were clearly actors, right?
no, I'm not
You
telling
acknowledge
you.
you said that.
I said some might have, it looked like some might have been, yes.
And we just saw you say, when I asked you what you meant by a cutout, and you acknowledged that you meant that it was just a set on which this fake hoax could play out, right? You see that testimony there?
You were asking me a hypothetical of what it is, yes.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
So ordered.
So when you called, let's do it this way. You acknowledged that among the things that you said about Sandy Hook was that it was fake, yes?
Yes.
Synthetic,
Yes.
manufactured,
Yes.
with actors,
Yes.
total hoax.
Yes.
You acknowledged that repeatedly you mocked parents by saying that they had done the fake, the laughing.
Looked fake to me.
Did you remember the video we just saw earlier in which you said, it's not just one, you have a bunch of parents doing that? Do you remember?
I told you I didn't say their names, so I can't say I said the parents.
So, did you remember when we just played a video, not long ago, that I showed you on this very point, where you said, it's not just one parent doing this, but a bunch of parents?
I
Did you
remember
remember
the
seeing
video.
the video?
Yes.
That was you in it, right?
Yes.
You chose to say that. Nobody made you say
Yes.
that, right? Now, Mr. Jones, am I correct that over time, there have been many instances in which you have learned that there are members of your audience who have been provoked to violence by
Objection
you?
at the forum, am I correct? Nobody cares about this.
No.
Okay. I'm not correct about that. That, to this day, you're
Just one second, Trinity. If your client is going to speak through your objection, there's nothing I can do about it at this point. So should I
Understood.
remind him again?
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Jones, when your attorney objects, just stop speaking so that I can rule. You're getting your answer out before I can even.
I understand.
Okay.
And many of them believe what you said, right?
Yes.
And you know that over time, members of your audience have committed violence, correct?
That question's, I can't answer that.
You don't know the answer to that, that's what you're saying.
I mean, yeah.
And you familiar with a 2011 Rolling Stone article in which you were profiled?
Vaguely.
You say vaguely. Isn't that an article that you prominently featured on your website?
There's been a lot of articles on the website.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Why don't we pull up Exhibit 74?
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And let's go down a page. Okay, here we go. Right, you recognize that this was part of your website in which you were telling your audience all about you, about Alex Jones, right?
And when, Judge?
Sustained.
This is an evidence with the date, Your Honor.
My client needs to know the date.
Well, let me ask him. Let's go back to the top. This is a webpage of yours that's about Alex Jones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go, and you don't dispute that you published this, yes?
Looks like an old, some old, no, looks like my site.
Yeah. And if we go down to the bottom, it's okay, I don't need that. Go ahead, yeah, let's pull that up. You can see here, Mr. Jones, that you quoted a 2011 Rolling Stone article, right?
Yes, I mean, I acknowledge there's been a lot of Rolling Stone articles.
How many have there been about you?
Quite a few.
Okay. Is this the only one that you featured on your website?
I don't remember any of this.
All right. You don't remember any what?
I mean, I vaguely remember what you're talking about. So I
You
said yes.
remember that you were profiled in 2011 in Rolling Stone, yes?
Same answer I gave a few minutes ago, yes.
And you decided to feature that quotes from that article on your website, right?
Somebody did, yes.
Is this your website? Do you take responsibility for anything, Mr. Jones?
No, but I mean,
Objection, the form moved to strike
Most
that
of it all.
representative.
Sustained.
The author, you gave him an interview, did you not?
I remember the interview now. About Christina's name.
And in that interview, you told the author, quote, "Some unstable people are drawn to the bright flame of enlightenment. That is so-called conspiracy culture. Some trees are going to become uprooted in a storm like this, but we can't stop telling the truth for fear of what telling the truth is going to do." Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
Some people become uprooted, don't they? Right?
In whole culture, yes.
People in your audience, right?
I'm just speaking in general.
And these are people that you use, don't you?
No.
Okay. What about Dan Badani? You know Dan Badani?
Yes.
Dan Badani was an employee of yours, correct?
Briefly, full time, then did some stuff for us, yes.
Yeah. And when you got sued, you were very, very nervous about being connected to Dan Badani, weren't you?
No, I mean, I like Dan, but I like Dan.
Is that a no? You weren't nervous about being connected to him?
I mean, later we did some things we didn't like. I said,
2018, remember that?
yes.
One of the first things you did was direct Rob Dew to figure out when was the last time you paid Dan Badani, isn't it?
I don't remember that.
You don't? Do you deny it?
No, I mean,
And during your first deposition in Texas, you said under oath that the last thing Dan Badani ever did for you was cover the Boston Marathon bombing, correct?
I mean, it all just plays together. This is years ago, I don't remember.
No, sir. You weren't deposed years ago. You testified.
I wasn't deposed years ago?
You testified in Texas, did you not? That the last thing Dan Badani ever did for you was cover the Boston Marathon.
Objecting to the form, Judge, it's impeachment, the rules.
I know he covered that.
Overruled.
Do you not know if you testified to that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Let's pull up. Exhibit 185, this is in evidence.
It is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
And let's just pull up the header in the first sentence there. This is from Rod Dew, right?
Yes.
Rod Dew, one of your longtime top employees, correct?
Yes.
In fact, Rod Dew came up to Connecticut with you for your deposition, right?
Yes.
And he came up to Connecticut with you for your trial testimony. He's here right now. Isn't he?
Yes.
And Rod Dew is emailing Melinda Flores. Melinda is your bookkeeper, correct?
Was.
And Tim Fruget, that's your longtime business director, correct?
Yes.
And he's copying an M. Balin at Baker Law. That's one of your lawyers, right?
Was.
He was at this time, yes?
Yes.
And what's the date?
5/24/18.
Right. And the subject?
Damn it on me.
It says, from what I can tell, we December 2015, right? That's what it says?
It does say that.
And this is the day after you were sued by these families that Rod Dew's looking into this, right?
I don't remember this.
Correct. You don't remember? The question is, was this the day after you were sued?
If you tell me so,
No, sir. You're the witness here.
I don't remember.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Let's bring up that the complaint we were looking at earlier. You remember we were looking at your lawsuit earlier where you sued somebody else?
Yes.
And let's go down a page. Let's go to paragraph 5. May 23rd, 2018, Infowars, Jones' employer was sued by a range of people, including those related to the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting. I read that right?
Yes.
So if that's true, and this is your complaint, right?
Yes.
Rod Dew, the day after, is trying to figure out when Dan Badani last worked for you guys, right?
I guess that's an email. Yes.
And then, pull that down. I think your testimony is that you don't recall whether you said the last thing he ever covered for you was the Boston Marathon bombing, right? The reason that you were so concerned about Dan Badani is because you knew exactly what you had him do for you, right?
Objection, it seems in fact not in evidence.
Overruled.
Okay. When you would send Dan Badani on a mission, what would you call him?
All sorts of names. I don't know.
Well, why don't we see if we can refresh your recollection? Let's play Exhibit 11.
Do you know what we proudly say about Badani when we say my mission? What? Release the Kraken.
It's hilarious, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
I mean, I don't know the context of the clip. We are laughing.
Yeah. You can't tell from the clip what the context is?
No.
And when you send Dan Badani on a mission, you know what the Kraken is. That's a mythological monster, correct?
Yes.
And when you release Mr. Badandi, it's because you wanted to.
I mean, I don't know what specifics you're talking about. Sure, refresh my memory.
Let me do that. Let me refresh your memory about what happens when you send Mr. Badandi on a mission. Exhibit 27, Your Honor.
It is a full exhibit,
Thank you.
Sir, you put in for your assignment 12 hours ago?
Wow, retirement, huh?
You guys trying to cover up Sandy Hook?
Retirement, huh?
What's
Wow.
going on? We know you guys have corresponding. Please
You got nothing to hide, just speak to us.
Good time for retirement. Good time for retirement.
Good time.
Just speak to us.
See this light, folks, right here. We got the Sandy Hook police chief right here.
Retirement, huh?
Attorney Frank, do you know about the police chief from his retirement for a while ago? How do you guys feel like part of the massive number hiding the truth from Sandy Hook? There you see the white folks right there, you see the people defending
Look, he's walking out the path down the stairs. This is all.
Yeah, you gotta go.
We're down on the way stairs, buddy. What's this guy's name again? He's the criminal in front of us, walking out path down the walkway. And there's.
They ain't gonna block us. Right away, I'm gonna roll right through you. Look at that.
Tripping throat, piece of shit, motherfucker. Boy, retirement, huh?
Right, please, I'm trying to.
How's your retirement, Governor?
Are you trying to cover up Sandy Hook? We know you have communication with the helicopter, that's protocol, sir.
Yep.
I'm a pilot myself, so you're not fooling over it.
Oh, thank you.
You know, the information's gonna come out, you know that, right? You people going to jail if you lie on the stand. Will!
That's great. I hope you enjoy that retirement.
So are you retiring due to the fact that Sandy Hook was a cover-up? So are you walking around the police chief of Sandy Hook there in Newtown, Connecticut?
Yeah.
He's covering up the whole operation. They had communication with the helicopter, the line on the stand. That's perjury, sir. You know what perjury is?
You got nothing to hide, just speak to us, sir.
Yeah, you got nothing to hide. You speak
Take a
up.
moment to speak with us. You're public official.
Sir, you know you're lying on the air, right? Who was holding?
That's the Kraken, right? Dan Badandi?
Yeah.
And you thought so highly of Dan Badandi that you actually allowed him to live stream this to your audience, correct?
I don't believe so.
No?
It looks like he had his own show on another, but he just put him, I don't remember exactly, but that doesn't look like anything we put up. I think clips of it may have been played on one of the other shows.
What year do you think this was?
I don't remember.
Your testimony is the first time you saw this was like a few years ago?
I mean, can you refresh my memory? I mean,
Do you need your memory refreshed?
yeah, I don't remember what happened 2 weeks ago on my show. A lot of on-air stuff. That just doesn't look like our graphics. So,
Go ahead, keep playing it. See if we can help you with this issue.
You have to think.
You got nothing to hide, just speak to us. I'm going to jail for me.
Truth is out there. You're going to jail, criminal. Oh, you're going to retirement. You serve defending criminals. How do you feel about that? You know, this guy here is somebody out of Central Cast and the fire. This is the exact person that they would hire to represent criminals, folks. The Sandy Hook truth is coming out, you people go to jail. You can smile all you want, you're going to jail for fraud. Plain and simple.
Oh, you look at his credentials, Dan Badani, Infowars.com, the #1 alternative news source in the world.
Fly right on the air. What do you have to say about defending criminals?
What you say?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
Did you hear him say in that video to the people he was harassing that they were live on the air?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with your corporate representative's testimony that in fact this had been streamed through Infowars? Are you familiar with that testimony?
I'm not familiar with that, and I don't even really get the point you're getting at.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not for you to get the point. It's for the jury. Okay.
Objection, you move to strike that again, Judge.
So, Mr. Jones, over here.
It's not Mr. Jones' testimony, I move to strike.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. So listen to the question that's asked and answer the question that's asked. Your answer was not responsive in any way, shape, or form. So I can have the monitor read it out, or I can have Mr. Madden ask the question again. But just listen to the question that's asked and answer that question. So whether or not you get the point of where Mr. Madden is going with it,
Okay.
is not a concern.
My objection was to the gratuitous comments from counsel. I object to those necessary.
To the extent there were any gratuitous comments by anyone. Back, or do you have it?
That's not necessary,
Okay.
Your Honor. Because I think ultimately where you're going to land, Mr. Jones, is that you just don't know whether this was streamed by Infowars, right?
Yes, I know we put some of his stuff on air. This looks like his show he would do and put Infowars on it. I know he had his own streaming show. That's why I can't answer the question. I don't know.
All right, so I'm going to move to strike that part.
So ordered.
And the answer is you don't.
I don't know.
You do know that after this, Mr. Badani came back on to talk about Sandy Hook, right?
I believe they had him on some shows, yes.
You had him on, didn't you?
I had him on some. I can't remember all the days.
And what you wanted him on to talk about was this new revelation that an FBI agent, John Dew, Rob Dew's uncle, was now investigating Sandy Hook, correct?
I do remember that happened.
Yeah. And I think you titled that video, Mega Massive Cover-Up, FBI Agent Now Investigating Sandy Hook, right?
Someone titled it that, probably me.
And if you're familiar with Rob Dew's testimony, that the reality is he doesn't even know if his
Did you ask him that?
move strike. Are you aware that that was his testimony?
I think I heard about it secondhand.
From who, Rob?
Yes, he said it was a joke.
Oh, he did. That's what he said?
Yeah.
He was under oath when he made that joke?
Like I told you, I heard it secondhand.
Right. Is Rob in the area today?
I think he is.
Yeah. Is he close by?
I'm not sure where he's at right now.
Would you be willing to present him to testify here?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
There's an objection pending, and it's been sustained. Mr. Jones.
I can't keep telling your client that. If he wants to keep answering, I can only say it so many times.
I finally stopped myself that time.
In addition to Dan Badani, you familiar with a gentleman named Matthew Mills?
No.
Do you recall in your deposition, I showed you a broadcast of your show in which you had invited somebody on named Matthew Mills that had infiltrated the Super Bowl?
You mean a caller? I do remember that now, yes. I remember that name about a caller from the Super Bowl.
So somebody just called into your show. You didn't know who he was.
Can you refresh my memory?
I can if you need it refreshed.
I don't. I'm trying to help you, so I'm actually trying to answer the questions, but I don't have all the answers.
Okay, because what you just said, and please don't help me, I just want you to testify truthfully. If the answer, you kind of volunteered that somebody had called in, but the reality is that you don't know whether that's true or not, right?
So much. I think, can you, I remember that name. Maybe you brought it up to me in deposition or something.
And so, the video you remember is of you interviewing somebody who had infiltrated the Super Bowl. Do you remember at least that much?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this is not yet in evidence. I can get the right number here. It's Exhibit 13, Your Honor. I'd offer it.
No foundation as yet.
I agree.
Your Honor, it might be more useful.
Got it on his own screen.
Unless we have headphones, because it's a video.
Oh, okay. All right, so this will be a quick one. You can leave your notepads, and Ron will take you into the jury room. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Jones, why don't we pull up first page 662 of volume 2 of Mr. Jones's deposition.
Which deposition, sir?
April 6, 2022. Trying to do this quickly. Now, Mr. Jones, you recall that in your deposition I asked you about this video and I played it for you?
No, I remember vaguely.
Okay, all right. And I represent to the court and counsel that the deposition testimony we're about to review relates to the same exhibit that's being offered here.
I accept the representation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing page 662. I'm just going to read this to you, Mr. Jones. and tell me if that's clear. Question, are you familiar with a gentleman named Matthew Mills? Answer, it doesn't ring a bell. Question, okay, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Do you recall interviewing a gentleman who had infiltrated a press event at the Super Bowl? Answer, no. In 2014, no. And he had snuck into the press event and grabbed a microphone and said that 9/11 was perpetrated by the U.S. government? Answer, I do remember that now. Question, that's ringing your bell? And you had that gentleman, Mr. Matthew Mills, on the air? Correct? Answer, yes. You recall interviewing him now? Answer, now, yeah. And then we play that according to
Whenever you're ready, Ron. That's all right. No, no. I figured you were making your notes there.
you know what, Your Honor, I could have done that with the jury here. It just didn't occur to me at first.
May I speak to Attorney Manning briefly?
You may. Thank you for your patience. Legal quick is honest. All right, please be seated. Council stipulate that our entire panel is present.
Oh, may I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Jones, while the jury was out, we were able to refresh your memory that you did in fact interview a gentleman named Matthew Mills on your Alex Jones show, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this has been offered and admitted as the Alex Jones, portion of the Alex Jones broadcast on February 3rd. Right.
We're going to play that coming up after some calls in the next segment. But right now, finishing up with the man of the hour, truly getting his 15 minutes of fame for something that matters. I mean, look at that goofy lineman up there going, yeah, I never thought I'd be an MVP. It's so incredible. Meanwhile, a guy with real courage jumps up there and says, 9/11 is an inside job staged by criminal elements of the government. And he joins us now, a listener of the transmission. I had a good feeling that he was a listener. We checked it out online, found some of his work, knew he was. But he's a listener via YouTube, a viewer via YouTube, like so many tens of millions a week are. And he joins us, Matthew Mills. Matthew, closing comments. I just want to tell you, I really admire your work, and you're the kind of stand-up guy. You know, you're the kind of guy we need as an East Coast reporter. That we don't have the money to have you full-time, we can pay you when you go out on events. In the future, you're the type of guy, it'd be cheaper than sending Jakari, who's a great guy, you know, all the way from Texas to the East Coast. Well, maybe we should talk about, we're talking about hiring Sergeant Biggs right now and work for us as a reporter, but as well. But, you know, I think you've got what it takes because, you know, you got in there and you did it, buddy. You've got the right stuff, so we salute you. How would you like to go on an assignment at least once a month for us on the East Coast? Kind of got we need on the team. So, you know, what else is going on, brother? Anything else you want to add?
I think we kind of covered it all.
You know, I'm getting a little bit excited about you right now. I mean, listen, I don't get excited about Peyton Manning in football. I mean, I get excited about what you did. I want to sneak into Bohemian Grove again, or I want to sneak into Skull and Bones. I want to sneak in and expose these corrupt garbage heads. I mean, I love you blowing their operation and watching them run around like chickens with their heads cut off. You know what a big fan of you I am right now? Let me hear your war growl right now. Ah!
If me and you get to talk off air, I'll tell you about a couple other things I want to infiltrate. So.
I like it. Like that. Anything else, soldier? Anything else you want to tell us?
No, man, not at all. I appreciate the call. I didn't even know you wanted me to call in. Just I got some text. It's been nice to talk to you. I've been listening to you for a while, and I'm a big fan of your work.
Remember that now?
I do remember now, yes.
Pretty clear to you now that actually you and your people reached out to him to have him on, right?
I think it was like a mini yes, yeah, now that I remember this. They got him on through social media, yeah.
And you offered him a job?
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And this broadcast went out to millions and millions of people, right?
The Super Bowl?
No, this wasn't the Super Bowl, was it, Mr. Jones? This was your broadcast. That's what I'm asking about.
I mean, I don't know how many went out that day, but definitely a lot, hundreds of thousands at least.
All of them are watching you praise Matthew Mills, right?
Objection. Argument is speculative.
Yeah, first, I mean, I believe that there's a cover-up 9/11.
I'm not asking about your beliefs about 9/11. You were praising Matthew Mills, right?
For 9/11, for what he did at the Super Bowl.
Right. He infiltrated the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, I thought that was good civil action.
Let's just see if we can do yes or no, okay?
Okay.
He took over the stage at the post-Super Bowl press conference, yes?
Yes.
He yelled into the microphone as the MVP was being interviewed that 9/11 was staged by criminal elements of the United States government?
Yes.
You admired that about him, right?
Yes.
You communicated to your audience that you admired that about him.
Yes.
You even offered him the job on air, yes?
Yes.
You called him a soldier, right?
Yes.
Anything else you want to add, soldier, right? Mm-hmm. You said he was a big fan of yours, right?
Yes.
He'd been following your work for a long time.
Yes.
Okay. And then he said, hey, I got a couple other things I'd like to infiltrate. This is February 2014, right?
I believe that's the date you said.
You know he's arrested for trespassing at the Super Bowl?
I don't remember.
Do you know he was arrested in Connecticut a little over a year later?
I do remember this story now. I don't remember exactly what he did, but I remember something about it.
You remember enough to know that the next event he infiltrated was the Vicky Soto Memorial 5K, right?
Objection, argumentative, proves a fact, not an evidence.
You don't know that?
I mean, we never hired him. I never really talked. I don't think I ever talked to him again after that.
You don't know though, do you, Mr. Jones?
Well, I mean, it'd be in our records. You've got all the records.
Wait a minute. If you had a phone call with Matthew Mills after this, and he said, I got a couple other things I'd like to infiltrate I want to talk to you about, where would that record be?
Why don't you call him and ask him? 'Cause I do.
Oh, we know. I'm asking you now. Did you talk to him?
I think during the break, going to break, and it wasn't very coherent. But this is for a long time ago, so I can't exactly remember. But I don't think I ever talked to him again after that.
Mm-hmm. You know he showed up in Stratford though. The Soto family, when they were trying to put on a charity race in memory of their daughter and sister.
No, I didn't know about that. So I think you told me about the deposition.
Well, but that's the type of thing that you love, right?
No, I never came and did that. No.
Oh,
Just another uprooted tree. Yeah?
Again, you're just mixing things together.
Do you want to answer the question?
No, not just another uprooted tree.
In fact, even as this trial's been going on, the Jones Army has been active, hasn't it?
Objection is form, Judge. Argumentative.
overruled.
I don't know what that means.
Mr. Jones, do you remember referring to yourself in your broadcast as a precision-guided munition?
That's a metaphor, information war.
Yeah, it's a metaphor. I know you're not actually a missile. It's a metaphor, right?
Yes, it refers to nonviolent civil disobedience, you name it.
Okay, it's an interesting nonviolent metaphor to choose. A precision-guided munition.
Objection is to form, argumentative.
Sustained. Let's ask the next.
You refer to yourself as a precision-guided munition, right? Your army can come in over the top, right?
I think you're quoting me.
And that army's been coming over the top right here in Waterbury this week, hasn't it?
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't know of what you speak.
Okay? Didn't you go on the air just a couple of days ago and commend your audience members for vandalizing property around this courthouse?
Oh, I mean, if you consider...
Is that a yes or no?
No, I didn't commend people for vandalizing.
You did? Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 520. It's not, I don't think it's yet in evidence. You see it for me, sir?
I don't consider a sticker.
I asked you when you see something on the screen.
Yes, I see an Infowars sticker.
You see an Infowars sticker on a street sign right outside this courthouse, correct?
Looks like it.
And you talked about that on air, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe you said it.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now, Your Honor, I'd like to offer 5. You broadcast on air commending people for doing this, right? Just this last week?
I mean, I do want to commend people. I think the First Amendment's under attack.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I want to commend them now.
Okay. You did it on air, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I commend them now.
Okay. Well, why don't we see if we can refresh your recollection, Your Honor? This is a video. Do you have any objection to it? Your Honor, I would, I hate to do this, but if there's going to be an objection, I'm going to have to play it. Oh, this is, I'm happy to proffer. This will be a broadcast of Mr. Jones earlier this week talking about this very thing on the show.
Unedited?
What do you mean unedited? It shows 4 hours.
Unedited. In other words, asking your attorney made it public.
This might avoid having to get up.
The representation is that it will be an unedited clip, no objection.
I totally get it.
This isn't bravado.
Go ahead.
This is America. This is Texas. This is freedom. This is Christianity. This is resistance. My forebears fought tyranny and were incredible people, and I will live up to their measure. And you will as well. So don't ever, as dark as the hour is and as out of control things are, don't you ever not realize how important you are and what you've done with your word of mouth and your action. And I'm talking to people that went to that puppet courthouse in Connecticut and put Infowars stickers up everywhere. We commend you.
So we are this public courthouse, yeah? Yes, that's what you were referring to?
Stickers and we're bad. I know we all need to go to prison.
You done?
I'm gonna excuse the jury for a moment.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
No, I'm gonna excuse the jury for a moment. I'll see counsel on the sideboard.
May I have a moment with my client in a brief recess?
No, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I just,
It is what it is. I mean, you know,
I know, but we can't cherry pick when we want to answer your questions.
you're choosing.
No, I understand the difference.
You told me not to cut him off.
My impression of Mr. Jones is that he has been largely responsive. It was startling. It may be a sign of fatigue. If the court wants to take an early afternoon break, I will remind them of your orders and the consequences of break. Look, I'm talking to the court, not you guys. I mean, it's a.
Oh, yeah, I am. Why don't we go to 3:15? How's that?
Yes, thank you. Okay.
welcome back. Please take your seats. Just so everyone can plan accordingly, we're going to take our, even though you've had an opportunity to get up and down, the staff has not, so we will take our afternoon recess in about 15 minutes. Okay?
Thank you.
And every day, Mr. Jones, that you've been doing stuff like we just saw, you've been encouraging, oh, I'm sorry, Attorney Farrell. You've been encouraging your audience to give you money, right?
Yes, like media, I raise money to stay on air.
And the most recent website, coin.com, right?
Well, it's where you can buy silver coins.
Yeah. 1776coin.com is the website, right?
Yes.
It's also known as patriotscollectibles.com, right?
1776coin.com.
And you are telling your audience that they need to go out right now to support you and buy a, I think you say 0.999 silver coin with Teddy Roosevelt on it?
Yes.
How much are you offering that for right now?
Like $130.
$130 for a coin. What is it, about the size of a quarter?
No, it's cost about $35 to make.
I said, how big is it?
No, it's the size of a silver dollar. It's a silver dollar.
Okay. You say it costs $35 to make?
Yeah.
Okay, you pulled that out pretty quickly. So what's the margin on
Objection,
that?
Judge.
Sustained.
What's the margin on that? How much you say you're selling it for?
Well, on sale it's $99, but it is a fundraiser point. Like when PBS sells a coffee cup for $100.
I asked you how much you're selling it for.
You could get it on sale for $99.
What are you selling it for?
What?
Did you say you were selling it for $99 earlier?
There's a sale too.
You're running a sale on it. What's it full price?
I just told you $130.
Thank you, $130. But they can get it right now for how much? You is how much?
It's like $35, depending on what it said to get it. It's like $35, something like
Okay.
that.
So if it's full price, you're talking about what? Like a 300% markup?
And we tell the listeners it has that because we need the support.
You tell the listeners what your cost is?
Absolutely, that they know. They're smart.
Oh,
Conservatives know all about silver and
You
gold.
tell them that you get Vaso beef for $4?
Get what?
You sell a product called Vaso beef, don't you?
No, Vaso beef.
Thank you, Vaso beef. I'm sorry, I'm not a customer.
Objection, Judge. Moves to strike.
Sustained.
Vaso beef you sell for how much?
I don't know.
Okay. Your retail is, your cost is $4, right?
I think it's more than that.
Okay. Tim Fruget would know that?
Yes, if you want me, I can get those numbers for you.
No, I think I can show them to you. Hold on one second. We'll get that for you in a second. They'll let me know when it's ready. Your testimony is that you tell your audience what the markup is on the supplements you sell?
I think from time to time we've told people, yeah.
What's the markup on the food buckets you're selling?
It's 35 to 40%. I know you have a text message that isn't right that says 80. It's not the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when Tim Fruget told you that 70% of the money you're making off storable food is pure profit, that was a mistake.
That was definitely a mistake.
You know better.
Yeah, absolutely, I know.
And you're interested in that, right?
I just know that's more disinformation. Told you how much the coin was, told you what happens to the food, told you point blank.
So Tim Fruget, when he's texting you, is spreading disinformation?
Objection, Judge.
I saw in the last, I can't talk about the last thing.
You know what the text message is.
Text message,
Objection,
and it was not correct.
answering.
But the Vaso beef markup, you don't know.
I don't have that in front of me.
Anyway, back to this coin. This is what you've been asking your audience to give you money for this week, right?
We actually started making these coins 6 months ago.
But what you're running right now, this week, as you've been talking about this trial, after each segment, you're setting them to 1776 coins.
Coins for people that want to keep the show on the air.
Okay. And did you tell Brittany Paz about that revenue platform?
We advertise it on air. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay. Free Speech Systems owns that website?
No, it's an outside platform, but it advertises on Free Speech Systems.
And but you get a cut of what they sell, obviously. That's why you're pitching it.
Yes.
Yeah. And what about 50percentoff.com? Do you have that one?
No, that's not my website.
What about? Do you have an interest in it?
No.
What about Prepare with Alex?
That is a URL that links to that links preparewithalex.com links to preparetoday.com. So I told you last time, it's a link. It's not a website.
Right. It has products for sale on it. Prepare Today.
Yes.
In other words, what you're saying, this is this idea of redundancy again, right? People can get to preparetoday.com by either going to Prepare with Alex or Prepare Today, right?
Preparetoday.com is the actual website.
Right.
And all preparewithalex.com is another URL that'll take you there.
Right. So if you type in preparewithalex.com, you automatically go to preparetoday.com.
Another party sells the storable foods there that they pay us to advertise.
Then, well, wait a second now. Are you saying that you don't get a cut of the products that are sold on preparetoday.com?
I just said it pays us advertising.
You said they pay you advertising, but isn't it true that you get a cut of whatever the sales are? Or maybe you don't know.
I don't understand what you're saying. Of course we get paid the money.
Okay. Do we have that basil beet? Basil beet, excuse me. Yeah, it's full exhibit, yes? Oh, let's pull it up in front of you, Mr. Jones.
And what exhibit is this? ID?
This is a demonstrative, Your Honor, that was shown in opening. All aspects of it are in full, and so I would just ask to display it to the jury.
If it has a number, I'd like to know it.
No, this is a demonstrative exhibit. Very well. You can pull it up. Infowars store, that's your logo, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You familiar with this? Producers, the retail for Veso beet will be $39.95 and sale for $19.95. Our cost is $4.
I see that.
Okay, and if you go down, if you just kind of back out of that, that's what you get, right, for $39.95 or 19 something. If it's
Same thing under another name, sold on Fox News, same price.
Say yes?
Yes.
Okay.
But I believe that some of the bigger bottles, like $10 a bottle for us.
Okay. And you just pay $4 for that.
I think we're paying like $8 last time I checked, but that's what it says.
And of course you tell your audience, hey, listen, we pay $4 for this, but we want you to give us $40 for it. You tell them that?
Well, we usually sell it for 19.
Okay, do you tell them, we pay $4 for this, but we're going to mark it up
Yeah.
400%?
My audience are like,
Can you just answer that?
my audience is smart, that they actually work for a living. They understand markup. They understand what we're doing.
Oh, okay. All right. And why don't we talk about cryptocurrency?
Okay.
Because one of the ways that you encourage your audience to give you money is in cryptocurrency donations, right?
Yes.
And I think we have and you have a page on your website that's just for cryptocurrency donations, right?
Infowars.com/crypto.
Is that a little advertisement just there?
Well, we're fighting the deep state. We need money.
All right. And that'll end up as a clip for you on your show tonight, won't it?
Objection, move to strike. Good.
Won't it?
Objection, move to strike again.
I'm sorry, when you turn around to look at the camera and talk, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. That will end up as a clip on your show tonight.
Objection.
Your advertisement for your cryptocurrency page.
Overruled.
You know, I mean, people want to keep us in the fight. So I mean, I hope whoever the big whales are that have given us money before keep doing it.
We'll just keep minting money as you're in this courtroom. won't we, Mr.
Objection,
Jones?
Judge.
All right, let's move on.
I mean,
And
people care about the First Amendment.
And in the cryptocurrency page, people can give you in Bitcoin, yes?
Yes.
Ethereum, right?
Yes.
And it says support the Infowars, right?
Yes.
But there's nothing on that page that tells your audience that when they give you cryptocurrency, it goes directly into your personal account, is there?
Oh, I've told the listeners that.
Mr. Jones, listen to my question. There's nothing on there that says that the crypto donations go directly into your personal account, is there?
And then directly to the company account. That's how crypto works.
Okay. Do we have the page? 516. Oh, I don't think it's admitted yet. Take a look at your screen.
I know the page.
Okay, well, I need to admit it to you. Is that it?
Yes.
I offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge, on that foundation.
And that is exhibit what on?
I believe you said 516.
Sorted.
This is it. Give crypto, fund Infowars. Sponsor us with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, right?
Yes.
And then it gives you another of, I'm sorry, you can back out of that. It gives you all these different cryptocurrencies you can give, right?
Yes.
So just to be real clear, this is a yes or no. When somebody gives cryptocurrency over this website, it goes directly into your crypto wallet that you personally control. Yes or no?
Yes.
And when that happens, asset, right?
Yes.
It's password protected.
Yes.
And earlier this year, in a number of donations, $8 million in Bitcoin was donated through this page to you personally, correct?
I think it was 9 million.
9 million. And you cashed out about 5 million of that, right?
No, that's when you deposed me. We've cashed all but $60,000 out, and it's all been put into Infowars.
Okay, so let's just get this real clear. So your sworn testimony to this jury and anybody else who may be interested is that that full amount that went to you personally, that's your sworn testimony.
Counting, but just 60. And I put it in my private bank account.